Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The Singing Mountain had fallen silent. For as long as memory served, the great peak of Karag DM had hummed with a deep, resonant melody that echoed through the cavernous halls of the Dwarven kingdom. Its song guided miners to the richest veins of ore, warned of impending cave-ins, and blessed newborn dwarves with strength and fortitude. The mountain's voice was the heartbeat of the realm, as essential as air and far more precious than gold. Until yesterday, when the song simply stopped. Arya Nightwine stood at the edge of the threshold court, her slender elven frame appearing almost childlike next to the massive stone columns carved with the faces of ancient dwarven kings. Crystalline lanterns cast a blue glow across the polished granite floor, illuminating the faces of the Dwarven Council 12 aged warriors and craftsmen whose beards were adorned with jewels and rune-inscribed clasps of silver. At the center sat King Thoric, Stonehelm, his eyes as hard and cold as the mountain that had betrayed them. "You dare enter our halls, elf?" The king's voice rumbled like distant thunder. On this day of all days? Arya's fingers instinctively moved to touch the strings of the lyre strapped across her back, but two guards immediately stepped forward, axes raised. She lowered her hand slowly. "I came to offer my assistance, your majesty," she said, her voice clear and melodious even in the tense silence. "The song of Karag DM has been heard in my people's forests for millennia. Its silence concerns us all, concerns you." King Thoric rose from his throne of polished obsidian. "Or pleases you? The mountain fell silent the very night you performed your outlawed elven melodies in the border town of Silverbridge. Witnesses say your songs carried enchantments that could bend the very will of stone." Whispers rippled through the gathered dwarves. Arya stood straighter, her violet eyes flashing. "I am a bard of the Twilight Grove, trained in the ancient harmonies. My music honors the voices of nature. It does not silence them. Yet silence has fallen." The king slammed his fist against the arm of his throne. "Guards, take her to the lower cells. The elf will stand trial for her crimes against the mountain after the lunar eclipse. Perhaps her execution will appease Karag DM and return its voice to us." The guards moved forward, but before they could reach her, a commanding voice cut through the hall. "I invoke the right of Champion's challenge." The crowd parted as Prince Durin Stonehelm strode into the court. Unlike most dwarves, his beard was cropped short, a mark of mourning for his mother, who had passed into the stone 2 years prior. His eyes, amber like mountain honey, held the same stubborn determination that had made his father both respected and feared throughout the 7 dwarven realms. "Son," King Thoric growled, "you overstep. The ancient laws still stand, father," Durin replied, his voice steady. "Any royal blood may challenge a judgment of the king if they believe it to be in error. I claim this right and offer myself as champion for the accused." Arya looked at the prince in shock. They had never spoken, though she had seen him once from afar during a rare diplomatic gathering. Why would he risk his father's wrath for an elf he didn't know? The king's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. "You would defend this forest dweller against your own kin? Against the mountain itself?" I defend the truth, Durin answered, moving to stand beside Arya. And the truth is that our miners have been extracting the singing crystals from the heart of Karag DM at an unsustainable rate for the past decade. The royal treasury demanded more, and we took without listening. I've tried to warn you, Father. We all have. A hush fell over the court. Even the guards seemed frozen in place. Treasonous lies, the king hissed, but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his weathered face. If I may speak, Arya said softly, yet her voice carried to every corner of the hall. In our oldest songs, we sing of the heart of mountains. Not metaphorical hearts, but actual crystalline cores that connect the physical world to the realm of spirit. If such a heart has been damaged, silence. The king roared, but Durin raised his hand. We will investigate this claim, the prince declared. By the laws of our ancestors, I have 3 days to prove the elf's innocence before her trial. I request permission to enter the deep paths with her as my witness. The king's eyes narrowed dangerously. The deep paths have been sealed since the cave-in that took your grandfather's life. Only royal miners with special permission may enter. Then give us that permission, Durin challenged. Unless you fear what we might find, the council chambers erupted in shocked murmurs. To question a king's courage was nearly as taboo as questioning his honor. After a long, tense moment, King Thorak nodded stiffly. 3 days. No more. And if the mountain does not sing again by the eclipse, both your lives are forfeit. The deep paths spiral down into darkness. Ancient tunnels carved by the first dwarven settlers thousands of years ago. Durin led the way, his lantern casting long shadows against walls embedded with veins of crystal that should have glimmered with inner light, but now remained dull and lifeless. Why did you defend me? Arya asked as they descended a narrow staircase worn smooth by countless footsteps over the centuries. Durin glanced back at her, his expression solemn. Because I've spent the last 5 years studying the mountain song. I've documented its changes, how the pitch has lowered, how certain harmonies have disappeared. I presented my findings to the council, but they dismissed my concerns. And you believe the singing crystals are being overmined? I know they are. Durin's voice hardened. The royal miners work in secret now, extracting crystals for weapons and enchantments. The demands of commerce have outweighed the wisdom of our ancestors. They traveled deeper, past abandoned mine shafts and ancient shrines to forgotten dwarven deities. Occasionally, Durin would stop to consult a tattered map or to listen intently to the stone around them. There should be song here, he would murmur, placing his hand against the rock face. Always in this passage, there was a melody, like rushing water. Arya felt the loss as keenly as he did. The silence pressed against her ears, unnatural and foreboding. As an elven bard, she was attuned to the subtle music of the world, the whisper of leaves, the rhythm of rainfall, the harmonies of living things. But here, where the most magnificent natural symphony had played for eons, there was nothing. On the second day of their journey, they reached a massive cavern where the ceiling soared beyond the reach of their lanterns. Stalactites hung like stone daggers, and in the center stood a forest of crystalline columns that rose from floor to ceiling, each as thick as ancient trees and glowing with the faintest blue luminescence. The Hall of Echoes, Durin whispered reverently. Few living dwarves have seen this place. It's said that every song ever sung within the mountain resonates eternally here. Arya stepped forward, her eyes wide with wonder. It's beautiful. She unstrapped her lyre, and before Durin could stop her, plucked a single string. The note hung in the air, pure and perfect, then spread outward like ripples in a pond. The crystalline columns vibrated in response, amplifying the sound and transforming it into a complex chord that filled the vast space. "It still remembers," she breathed. "The mountain hasn't forgotten how to sing." Durin smiled for the first time since they'd met. "Play something." "Please." Arya hesitated only briefly before beginning a simple elven melody, a song of spring and renewal that her mother had taught her as a child. The crystal columns resonated with each note, adding layers of harmony and counterpoint until it seemed an entire orchestra played within the cavern. As the final notes faded, a distant rumble shook the floor beneath their feet. "What was that?" Arya asked, alarmed. "Not a cave-in," Durin said, his brow furrowed. "It felt like." A response, they pressed onward, following the source of the tremor. The tunnels grew narrower and less worked by tools, as if they were transitioning from dwarven architecture to natural formation. The air grew warmer, carrying a faint scent of sulfur and something else, something ancient and alive. Finally, they emerged onto a narrow ledge overlooking an immense underground lake of molten crystal. Steam rose from its surface in twisting patterns, and at the center, a perfect island of black stone stood untouched by the heat, upon which resided a community of dwarves unlike any Arya had ever seen. Their beards were unadorned, their clothing simple, and they moved with a fluid grace uncommon among their kind. As Durin and Arya watched in astonishment, these unknown dwarves joined hands around a central pillar of pure crystal and began to sing a wordless, profound melody that made the very air vibrate. "The resonant ones," Durin whispered in awe. "I thought they were just legends, dwarves who chose to live in harmony with the mountain, rather than mining its treasures." One of the singing dwarves looked up, somehow sensing their presence despite the distance. The circle opened, and a white-bearded elder beckoned them down. The path to the island was treacherous, but they managed to reach it safely. The elder dwarf, who introduced himself as Carden of the Deep Harmony, welcomed them with grave courtesy. "We have awaited you, Prince of the Upper Halls," he said to Durin. "And you, Daughter of Melodies," he added, nodding to Arya. "The mountain has been calling, but fewer and fewer can hear its voice. Why has the song stopped?" Durin asked. Carden led them to the central crystal pillar, which rose from the island's heart to the cavern roof hundreds of feet above. Unlike the crystals in the upper mines, this one pulsed with an inner light that shifted between deep blue and purple. "This is the true heart of Karag Diem," the elder explained. "All the crystals throughout the mountain are connected to it, like branches to a tree's trunk. For generations, we have tended this heart, ensuring the song continues. But now," he gestured to a web of fractures spreading through the massive crystal, "the balance has been broken. Too much has been taken from the outer veins, and the heart can no longer sustain the song. Can it be healed?" Arya asked, placing her hand against the crystal's warm surface. "Perhaps," Carden said, "with the right melody and the right intention. The mountain remembers harmony, even when it has been silenced." Arya looked at Durin, understanding passing between them. "The eclipse is tomorrow night," she said. "If the mountain doesn't sing by then we must ensure it does," Durin finished, determination hardening his features. The eclipse ceremony was held in the Grand Amphitheater, a massive open chamber near the mountain's summit, where the ceiling had been carved away to reveal the sky. The entire dwarven court had gathered to witness either the restoration of the mountain's song or the execution of those blamed for its silence. King Thorik sat upon a temporary throne, his face impassive as Durin and Arya were led to the central dais. Behind them, escorted by royal guards, came Carden and a dozen of the resonant ones, their presence causing a stir among the court dwarves who had believed them to be mere myth. "The time of judgment is upon us," the king announced as the moon began its journey into the earth's shadow. Has the accused found evidence to prove her innocence? Better than that, Father, Durin said, his voice carrying to the farthest reaches of the amphitheater. We have found the way to restore the mountain's voice. He gestured to Carden, who stepped forward and told the assembled crowd of the fractured heart crystal and the consequences of the overmining. Many of the council members shifted uncomfortably, avoiding the king's gaze. This is why the song has faded, Durin concluded. Not because of elven magic, but because of dwarven greed. The king's face flushed dark with anger. You would shame your own people before an outsider? I would save our people and honor our covenant with the mountain, Durin countered. The resonant ones have taught us the ritual of renewal, but it requires both dwarven voices and, he hesitated, then squared his shoulders, and elven music. The combination of our deep tones and their higher harmonies can resonate with the heart crystal. Even from this distance, the moon continued its passage into darkness, casting an eerie red glow over the assembly. This is blasphemy, the king growled. No elf has ever participated in our sacred rituals. Perhaps that is why the mountain weakens, Arya said softly, stepping forward. Perhaps it sings not just for dwarves, but for all who would listen. A murmur ran through the crowd. The eclipse had now covered half the moon's face, and time was running short. Let them try, called a voice from the assembly. Others joined in, until the chant grew to a rumble that rivaled the mountain's lost song. King Thorok, seeing the will of his people, reluctantly nodded his consent. The resonant ones formed a circle around the dais, and Arya took her place at the center, lyre in hand. Durin stood beside her, his deep voice beginning the ancient dwarven chant that had been sung in the heart chamber. One by one, the resonant ones joined in, their voices weaving a complex foundation of sound. Arya closed her eyes, feeling the rhythm of their song. When the moment felt right, she began to play, her fingers dancing across the strings of her lyre in patterns that complemented the dwarven melody. Her clear voice rose above the rumbling tones, not competing but enhancing, like sunlight glinting off the facets of a well-cut gem. The eclipse reached totality, the moon now a dark copper disk in the night sky. The combined song of dwarf and elf filled the amphitheater, echoing off the stone walls and down into the depths of the mountain. For a long, breathless moment, nothing happened. Then, from far below, came an answering note deep and resonant, rising up through the layers of stone beneath their feet. The floor began to vibrate, and the walls of the amphitheater glowed with veins of crystal that had been dull only moments before. The mountain was singing again. Its voice swelled, joining the harmony created by dwarf and elf until the entire peak resonated with joyous sound. The eclipse began to wane, the moon slowly emerging from shadow as the song reached its crescendo. King Thorok stood, his face transformed with wonder, and Arya thought perhaps a touch of humility. The mountain speaks again, he declared as the music gradually subsided. Let it be recorded that on this day, the song of Karag DM was restored through the united efforts of dwarf and elf. He turned to face Arya and bowed deeply, an unprecedented gesture from a dwarven king to an elf. The charges against you are withdrawn, Arya Night whined. From this day forward, you shall be known as friend of the mountain and welcome in our halls. As the assembly cheered, Durin took Arya's hand in his own calloused one. This is just the beginning, he said, his eyes bright with possibility. If our peoples can join in song, perhaps we can join in other ways as well, Arya smiled, feeling the mountain's renewed voice humming through the stone beneath her feet, a song of ancient power and new beginnings, echoing toward a future where harmony might prevail over the divisions of the past. And in the depths of Kurog DM, the heart crystal pulls with strength and light, its fractures healed by music that bridged worlds long separated, much like the prince and the bard who now stood beneath the lightening sky, their destinies intertwined by the eternal song of the mountains. Story 2. The ancient towers of Aldereth cast long shadows across the divided realm as twilight painted the sky in hues of amber and violet. Where the western forests of the Elves met the eastern mountains of the Dwarves, a river of liquid silver marked the boundary that neither race dared to cross, not since the Great War had scarred the land 1,000 years ago. Yet it was here, at the Silvermere, where the threads of destiny began to tangle once more. Lyra stood at the water's edge, her slender fingers hovering above the silver surface. Unlike most elves, her hands were calloused from years of metalwork in the dwarven forges of Stonehearth. Abandoned as an infant at the border, she had been raised by Grimir Ironbeard, master craftsman of the Eastern Realm. Now 19, she wore her copper hair in practical braids, a dwarven style that earned her sidelong glances from both races, though her pointed ears and willowy frame marked her unmistakably as elven. "The waters are restless tonight," she whispered, watching ripples form beneath her fingertips, though she hadn't touched the surface. The silver liquid seemed to reach for her, forming patterns that momentarily resembled intricate weaving before dissolving back into the flow. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of ash and disturbance. Lyra looked up to see dark clouds gathering above the forgotten peaks, where none had been moments before. The sight sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the evening air. The veil thins, came a gruff voice behind her. Grimir approached, his weathered face grave beneath his silver-streaked beard. "I'd hoped I wouldn't live to see this day." "What day?" Lyra asked, though something deep within her seemed to already know the answer. "The day the chaos primordial begins to stir across the realm in the human settlement of Crossroads." Thorin Deepstone raised his hammer against the advancing shadows. Though short and sturdy with a beard that just reached his chest, his movements lacked the typical dwarven methodical precision. Instead, he fought with the adaptable stance taught by his human adoptive father, the blacksmith who had found him as a child, abandoned in a mining cart. "Get back," he shouted to the villagers as tendrils of darkness snaked through the streets, dissolving whatever they touched into mist. The hammer in his hands glowed with an inner light, each strike forcing the shadows momentarily away. But Thorin knew he was losing ground. For every shadow he beat back, 3 more emerged from the strange tear that had appeared in the center of the village square, a rip in the very fabric of reality that shimmered with impossible colors. Then came the voice, haunting and familiar, though he'd never heard it before. The first thread unravels. The Weaver awakens. Thorin's hammer suddenly grew white-hot in his hands, the metal shifting and flowing like water, before resolidifying into an intricately patterned maul. Where it struck the ground, golden threads burst forth, weaving a temporary barrier against the encroaching darkness. "What in the 7 hells?" he gasped, staring at the transformed weapon. Above the village, the sky darkened further as a massive shape descended, scales gleaming like polished silver, wings spanning wider than the village square. The last dragon of the Silver Flight had come. In the western towers of Evenwood, a lion ran his fingers across the ancient tomes, searching desperately for answers. Though raised by the high elves in their crystal spires, his rounded ears and broader frame revealed his human heritage. As apprentice to the lorekeeper, he had access to the most extensive library in Aldereth, yet nothing in his 22 years of study had prepared him for what he now witnessed. The words on the pages before him were literally unwriting themselves, letters lifting off parchment to scatter like disturbed insects. "Reality unravels at the seams," spoke lorekeeper Sildurin, his ancient face lined with concern. The tapestry of creation is being unmade. I don't understand, a lion said, watching as an entire shelf of books began to disintegrate. What could cause this? Not what, but who, Sildarin replied, reaching for a crystal cabinet that had remained locked for as long as a lion could remember. Inside lay a single silver mirror with no reflection. The chaos primordial awakens from its prison. The old bindings fail, and only those with the ancient gift can restore them. The mirror began to glow, and within its depths, a lion suddenly saw two faces of female elf with copper braids and dwarven attire, and a dwarf wielding a hammer wreathed in golden light. Something in his blood responded, a humming recognition that set his hands tingling. You've always known you were different, Sildarin said softly. Now you must embrace that difference. You are one of the three, a weaver of destiny, born to reforge what was sundered. Before a lion could question further, the tower shook violently. Through the windows, he saw the impossible. The stars themselves were falling from the sky, leaving trails of cosmic fire. It begins, Sildarin whispered, pressing the mirror into Lion's hands. Find the others. Only together can you face what comes. The suspended library hung impossibly between two mountain peaks, anchored by chains as thick as ancient tree trunks, forged in the earliest days of the world. It was here that the silver dragon brought them, three strangers bound by a common fate. Lyra with her newfound ability to weave silver threads from the air, Thorin with his destiny-forging hammer, and a lion carrying the mirror of truth that showed not reflections but possibilities. I am Argyros, last of the Silver Flight, the dragon announced, his voice resonating through the cavernous library. Guardian of the tapestry since the great binding, why us? Thorin demanded, still uncomfortable in the presence of the elf and the human. We're nothing orphans, misfits. You are everything, Argyros countered. Look around you. The library walls were covered with tapestries depicting the history of Alderath. As they watched, the edges of the weavings began to fray, colors bleeding away as the threads unraveled. The world as you know it is, but one pattern in the grand tapestry of creation, the dragon explained. The chaos primordial seeks to unravel all patterns, returning existence to the formless void from which it was shaped. Lyra approached one of the tapestries, her fingers instinctively reaching out. Silver threads sprang from her fingertips, reweaving the frayed edges and patterns both familiar and new. How am I doing this? She whispered. Because you are descended from the original weavers, all three of you. One from each race that combined their gifts to bind chaos in the first age of the world. The elven harpist who played the song of creation, the dwarven smith who forged the bonds of reality, and the human seer who perceived the true pattern in the midst of chaos. A lion raised the mirror, which now showed not their faces but three ancient figures standing before a swirling vortex of darkness. Our ancestors, he murmured. The binding they created is failing, Argyros continued. To renew it, you must recover their original artifacts, the elven harp of strands, the dwarven hammer of destiny forging, and the human mirror of truth which you already possess, but were divided, Thorin argued. Elves, dwarves, and humans barely speak to one another anymore. How are we supposed to? His words were cut short by a thunderous crack. The chains holding the library groaned, and beyond the windows, they could see the mountains themselves beginning to crumble. The chaos grows stronger, Argyros warned. It has taken physical form now, a form you will recognize, for it dwells within one of you. The three looked at each other with sudden suspicion. One of us? Lyra asked. The chaos primordial cannot be truly destroyed, only bound. After the great binding, its essence was split into three seeds, each placed within the bloodlines of those who bound it, to be carried through generations dormant, harmless, until the time of awakening. So one of us is part of the thing we're fighting against? Thorin's grip tightened on his hammer. And none of you knows which, the dragon confirmed. This is the final test, for only by choosing to bind chaos, even if it means binding part of yourself, can the tapestry be rewoven. Their journey took them across the fractured realm of Aldereth, through landscapes increasingly distorted as reality continued to unravel. They recovered the elven harp from the heart of a dying forest, where trees had begun to turn to glass, and found the original dwarven hammer buried in the throne room of an abandoned mountain hall where gravity itself had gone awry. Throughout their quest, they were pursued by the Avatar of Chaos, a shifting entity that sometimes appeared as a mirror image of Lyra, sometimes as Thorin, and sometimes as a lion, never revealing which of them truly harbored its essence. As they learned to trust one another, despite their differences and suspicions, their powers grew. Lyra could now weave shields of silver light to protect them from the encroaching unreality. Thorin's hammer strikes could temporarily restore stability to distorted landscapes. A lion's mirror revealed hidden pathways through the increasingly labyrinthine world. When they finally reached the heart of chaos, the original binding site atop Mount Terminus, the sky, had become a swirling vortex of unmaking. Entire continents had begun to lift into the air, breaking apart like ships made of sand. "It's time," Argyros said, his silver scales dulled with exertion, after defending them from a final assault by the Avatar. The artifacts must be united by the three weavers in harmony. They stood at the points of an ancient triangle carved into the mountaintop. Lyra with the harp, Thorin with the hammer, and a lion with the mirror. As they raised the artifacts, the Avatar of Chaos materialized in the center, a perfect blend of all three of them. Neither elf, dwarf, nor human, but something both beautiful and terrible. "Bind me, and you bind yourselves." It spoke with three voices layered together. "One of you will cease to be." "Are you prepared for such sacrifice?" They hesitated, looking at one another, no longer strangers but friends, perhaps even family, forged through shared struggle. "I'll do it," they said in unison, each willing to be the sacrifice. In that moment of perfect harmony, the Avatar smiled sadly. "And that is why you will succeed where your ancestors only temporarily triumphed." The artifacts began to glow, harp strings humming with the music of creation, hammer blazing with the fire of forging, mirror reflecting not what was, but what could be. From each artifact, golden threads emerged, weaving around the Avatar, binding it not in chains, but in a new pattern. The primordial was never meant to be imprisoned, Argyros explained as understanding dawned in their eyes, but integrated. Chaos and order in balance. As the binding neared completion, they felt it, the resonance within one of them responding to the call. A lion stepped forward, the mirror of truth revealing his true nature at last. "It's me," he said calmly. "I always felt the pull toward unmaking, the desire to see what lies beyond the patterns. Yet, rather than fighting the binding, he embraced it, stepping into the center of the triangle. The mirror in his hands shattered, its fragments swirling around him like stars. Not an ending, he told his friends as his form began to merge with the Avatars, but a transformation, in a flash of light that could be seen across all of Aldereth. A lion and the Avatar became something new, a being of balanced chaos and order who could maintain the tapestry without stifling innovation and change. The Weaver had become the tapestry itself. In the years that followed, the realm of Aldereth healed. The artificial boundaries between elves, dwarves, and humans dissolved as they worked together to rebuild what had been damaged. Lyra and Thorin traveled the lands as guardians of the new balance, their harp and hammer serving as symbols of the harmony between creation and transformation. And sometimes, in quiet moments when they sat beside the waters of Silvermere, they would see a reflection that was not their own, a smile from their friend who now existed within the fabric of reality itself, ensuring that the tapestry of destiny remained both stable and ever-changing, as all great stories must be. Story 3. In the heart of the eternal mist forest, where sunlight filtered through ancient boughs in splintered beams of gold and emerald, there existed a place where the veil between worlds grew thin. The elders of both elven and dwarven realms spoke of it in hushed whispers, the Nexus Portal, a gateway between the realm of the living and the domain of spirits, sealed by ancient magics in the time before kingdoms rose and fell. For 1,000 years, the seal had held firm, maintained by the sacred bloodline of the Guardians. But on this day, as the leaves of the great oaks shifted from summer green to autumn amber, something had changed. The mists that perpetually wreathed the forest floor began to coil and twist with purpose, and whispers not of wind but of otherworldly voices drifted between the trees. The seal was failing. Malin knelt beside a brook that ran clear as crystal over stones smoothed by centuries of patient water. His reflection stared back at him, not quite elven with his broader shoulders and stronger jaw, not quite human with his slightly pointed ears and eyes of liquid silver. At 23, he had spent his life belonging nowhere, rejected by the elven communities for his mixed blood, and viewed with suspicion by the human settlements where he occasionally traded herbs and medicinal roots. The balance shifts, came a voice like the rustle of feathers against stone. Malin did not startle. Few could approach him unnoticed, but Urok was one of them. The ancient griffin stood at the edge of the clearing, his eagle's head proud upon the powerful body of a lion. Golden feathers caught the dappled light, and intelligent eyes the color of burnished copper regarded Malin steadily. "You feel it too, then?" Malin asked, rising to his feet in a fluid motion. "All creatures with a foot in both worlds feel it," Urok replied, his voice resonating with the wisdom of centuries. "The spirits grow restless. Some have already slipped through the weakening barrier. A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air crept up Malin's spine. "I've seen signs," he admitted. "Shadows moving against the wind. Whispers in languages no living tongue should speak, and yet you say nothing of the dreams," Urok said, moving closer, his massive paws silent on the forest floor. Malin's hand instinctively went to his chest, where beneath his leather tunic hung a crystal shard, a gift from his mother, before she passed into the mist. The crystal had begun to glow in recent nights, pulsing in rhythm with dreams of a towering archway carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change even as he looked upon them. "How do you know of my dreams?" he asked. The griffin's beak curled in what might have been a smile. "Because they are not dreams, young one. They are memories, memories of blood and purpose long forgotten." Urok's wings unfurled slightly, catching the breeze. "You are of the lineage of the Guardians, the last of your kind. And now, when the seal weakens, the knowledge stirs within you." Malin shook his head in disbelief. "I am no one. A half-blood with no home, no heritage. That is where you are wrong," came a new voice, rough as stone against steel. From the shadows of an ancient oak stepped a figure barely reaching Malin's chest in height, but exuding a presence that seemed to fill the clearing. She wore armor of polished silver etched with dwarven runes, though cut in a style unlike any Malin had seen. A helm concealed her features, and at her hip hung an axe with a blade that shimmered with an inner blue light. "The blood of the first guardian runs in your veins," the armored figure continued, removing her helm to reveal a face framed by intricate braids threaded with silver beads. Her beard, unusual for a female dwarf to display so prominently, was similarly adorned. "I am Kara Ironheart, daughter of the Mountain King, though I walk these woods in secret," Malin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What would a dwarven princess want with a half-blood outcast? To fulfill the prophecy, Arok interjected, dipping his proud head in respectful acknowledgement of the dwarf's presence. When the seal weakens, 3 must journey to restore balance: the guardian, the princess, and the guide. I have sought you for 3 full moons, Kara said, her dark eyes intense beneath heavy brows. The spirits that slip through the failing seal bring corruption with them. Already, deep in the caverns of my father's kingdom, miners have fallen to a strange madness, their eyes clouded with mist and their tongues speaking words of power that shatter stone. A memory flashed unbidden through Malin's mind, his mother's voice, weak with approaching death. When the crystal glows, seek the 7 shards that together form the key. Only the blood of the guardian can reforge what was broken. The 7 crystals of equilibrium, he murmured, fingers closing around the shard beneath his tunic. Kara's eyes widened. You know of them? Malin hesitated, looking to Arok, who nodded encouragingly. I carry one passed down from my mother. In my dreams or memories, as you say, I see the others scattered across the realms. Then we must find them, Kara declared, replacing her helm with practiced efficiency. Before the barrier fails completely, and the spirit world consumes our own, and why should I trust you? Malin challenged, though something deep within him resonated with the truth of her words. The dwarves have never shown kindness to those of mixed blood. A shadow passed over Kara's features. Because I too know what it is to be judged for what I am rather than who I am. I disguised myself as a male to train as a warrior, to prove my worth to a father who sees daughters only as political bargaining chips. I risk everything by being here. Arok stepped between them, his massive form a bridge between their worlds. The time for hesitation has passed. Already, the signs appear that speak of greater dangers to come. The moon bleeds red for 3 nights. The wells of the deep mountains turn to mist rather than water, and the ancient trees of the elven groves whisper warnings in their sleep. Malin took a deep breath, feeling the weight of decision upon him. If what you say is true, where do we begin? With the map hidden in plain sight, Arok replied cryptically, lowering his body to the ground. Climb upon my back, both of you. We must reach the Whispering Heights before nightfall. There, the stars themselves will guide our path. The Whispering Heights lived up to their name. As Malin and Kara slid from Arok's back onto the windswept plateau high above the forest canopy, the air around them seemed alive with half-heard murmurs and fragments of songs from distant ages. Ancient standing stones, weathered by thousands of years of wind and rain, formed a perfect circle at the center of the plateau. The observatory of the first ones, Arok explained, his feathers rustling in the strengthening breeze. Built before elves and dwarves walked these lands, when the world was young, and the barriers between realms were maintained by those who understood the true nature of balance, Malin approached the circle with reverence, feeling the crystal against his chest grow warmer with each step. The standing stones were covered in spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and change as shadows lengthened across the plateau. These symbols, he said, reaching out to trace one with his fingertips. They match those in my dreams, the ones on the portal arch, the language of creation itself, Arok confirmed. Few living beings can read it now, but the blood of the guardians remembers. Kara watched with poorly concealed impatience, her hand resting on the haft of her glowing axe. Night approaches swiftly, she warned. And with it, the spirits grow stronger, as if summoned by her words. The mist began to gather around the edges of the plateau, thickening and taking on shapes that twisted the eye and mind. Formless at first, they gradually solidified into vaguely humanoid figures with elongated limbs and fingers like twisted branches. Wraiths, Arok hissed, his wings spreading defensively. The first harbingers of the failing seal, the crystal at Malin's chest pulsed with sudden heat, and instinctively he pulled it free of his tunic. It blazed with inner light, casting the plateau in a radiance that pushed back the encroaching mist creatures. The wraiths recoiled, their forms dissipating at the edges. They fear the crystal's power, Kara observed, moving closer to Malin as she readied her axe. But they won't retreat for long. We need to activate the observatory, Arok urged. Malin placed the crystal at the center of the circle, following an instinct he couldn't explain. Malin strode to the heart of the stone circle and knelt, placing the crystal shard on a small depression in the rocky ground. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the ringing of an immense bell, light burst from the crystal and leapt to each of the standing stones in turn. The spiraling symbols carved into the ancient monoliths blazed with silver fire, and above them, the twilight sky seemed to shift and change. Stars appeared though the sun had not yet fully set, forming constellations Malin had never seen before. They burned with unnatural brightness, forming lines of light between them until a map was etched across the heavens. The 7 sanctuaries, Malin whispered, knowledge rising unbidden from some ancestral memory within him. The hiding places of the crystal shards, the map above, showed 7 locations spread across the known realms, the Frostrime Peaks to the north, the Sundered Desert to the south, the elven capital of Silverhaven to the west, the dwarven stronghold of Kozak Dr to the east, the Isle of Storms in the distant ocean, the Whispering Heights where they now stood, and at the center, pulsing with particular brightness, the heart of the eternal mist forest. The portal lies at the forest's heart, Arok explained, his gaze fixed on the celestial map. But only when all 7 crystals are reunited can the seal be restored. A shriek like tearing metal split the air as the wraiths regrouped, more substantial now as darkness deepened. They pressed against the boundary of light created by the crystal, their faceless forms reaching with grasping limbs. "We cannot remain here," Kara said, her voice steady despite the growing danger. "The crystal has revealed the path, but also exposed our position to whatever force seeks to keep the portal open." As if confirming her words, a particularly large wraith pushed forward, its form more solid than the others. Unlike its brethren, this entity had a face that struck Malin with a shock of horrified recognition. "Father?" he gasped, taking an involuntary step forward. The wraith's features shifted into a smile that held no warmth. "Son of my blood," it spoke in a voice like wind through a graveyard. "How you've grown." Arok's wing blocked Malin's path. "Do not be deceived," the griffin warned. "What you see is not your father, but an entity using his image to manipulate you. The guardian blood flows through your veins because it first flowed through mine," the wraith continued, ignoring Arok. "I did not abandon you and your mother by choice, but was drawn back to my duty to the other side of the veil. You lie," Kara growled, moving protectively to Malin's side. "The Lord of Shadows takes many forms to deceive the living," the wraith's face twisted with sudden rage, its form growing and darkening until it towered over the plateau. "Fools!" It roared with a voice that shook the standing stones. "The seal weakens by design, not chance. The barrier between worlds was never meant to stand." With a gesture of its misty arm, it sent a wave of darkness toward the crystal at the center of the circle. Malin lunged forward instinctively, snatching the crystal before the shadow could touch it. The moment his fingers closed around the shard, visions flashed before his eyes, a towering doorway of ancient stone, a ritual of blood and sacrifice, and a face his own face, yet not his own, twisted with the same rage that now distorted the wraith's features. "We must go now," Arok commanded, lowering his body once more. The Lord of Shadows cannot be fought here, not until you have gathered the remaining crystals. Kara grabbed Malin's arm, pulling him toward the griffin. Whatever truths or lies that thing speaks, this is not the time to hear them. As they mounted Arok's back, the wraith's laughter echoed across the plateau. "Run if you must, son of my blood," it called after them as the griffin launched into the night sky. "But know that every step you take brings you closer to your true destiny, to stand beside me when the worlds are one again." Malin clutched the crystal to his chest as Arok's powerful wings carried them away from the whispering heights. His mind reeled with questions and doubts, but one certainty remained: the crystal shards must be found, and the failing seal restored, whatever the cost. For if the Lord of Shadows spoke true, and Malin's own father sought to destroy the boundary between worlds, then more than realms would be at stake when they finally confronted the force behind the failing portal. The prophecy had not mentioned that the Guardian's greatest challenge might be his own blood. As the stars of the true map faded from the darkening sky, Malin made a silent vow to the mother who had hidden the truth from him, to the companions who now risked everything to help him, and to the realms that hung in the balance. He would complete his journey, gather the 7 crystals, and face whatever or whoever awaited him at the portal's threshold, even if that someone were his father's face. Story 4. The ancient trees of Everglow Forest shimmered with an ethereal light that had illuminated the elven settlement of Sylvanheart for millennia. But on this dire morning, the luminescence flickered and dimmed like dying stars. Thalarin Nightsong's fingers hovered over his ornate silverwood harp as he watched in horror while Alindra, the village healer, transformed before his eyes. Her slender fingers, once nimble enough to weave the most delicate healing spells, now twisted and hardened, bark spreading across her skin like a living tattoo. Her emerald eyes widened in terror as her mouth opened in a silent scream, frozen forever as she became another wooden statue joining the growing garden of the afflicted. "It claims another," whispered Elder Felwyn, her ancient face lined with grief. The 7th this week, Thalarin's grip tightened around his harp, the instrument that had earned him acclaim across the elven realms. The affliction had begun 3 moons past, first striking the druids who communed most deeply with the forest, then spreading to healers, rangers, and now even children. All turned to twisted wood, their expressions forever captured in moments of realization and fear. "The Heartwood Council has reached a decision," Felwyn said, her voice like autumn leaves rustling in the wind. "You must seek help from the stone halls." Thalarin's silver eyes widened. "The dwarves? They who tear into the earth without reverence. What could they possibly know of a forest plague?" Felwyn's gaze hardened. "Pride has no place when our people turn to timber, Bard. The dwarves are masters of the deep earth and its ailments. If this plague comes from below, as our seers suspect, their knowledge may be our only hope." 3 days later, Thalarin stood before the imposing granite gates of Cragspire, the largest dwarven stronghold in the Iron Mountains. His elven cloak, woven with enchantments of forest shadows, seemed to shrink around him as dwarven guards eyed him with suspicion. "State your business, Tree Singer," growled the guard captain, her beard adorned with iron beads that clacked together like tiny hammers when she moved. "I seek audience with your alchemists," Thalarin replied, forcing humility into his voice despite the sting of the dismissive title. "A plague afflicts Everglow Forest, turning my people to wood. The Heartwood Council believes it rises from beneath the earth." The gates groaned open reluctantly, like a mouth forced to swallow something bitter. Inside, Thalarin was led through cavernous halls where massive forges belched heat and smoke, their bellows pumping like the lungs of some great stone beast. Dwarves hammered at anvils, crafting weapons and tools with methodical precision that even Thalarin's prejudiced heart had to admire. He was brought before Master Alchemist Catra Truthseeker in her laboratory, a vast chamber filled with bubbling concoctions, mineral samples, and ancient tomes. Shelves stretched toward the distant ceiling, laden with bottles containing substances that glowed, smoked, or shifted colors in their glass prisons. Catra didn't look up from her work table as Thalarin entered. She was unusually small even for a dwarf, but her presence filled the room. Her hair was a wild mass of copper braids streaked with silver, held back by leather straps, and decorated with small vials that Thalarin realized contained different soils. So the high and mighty elves need the dirt diggers' help, do they? She asked, grinding crystals in a mortar with practiced strokes. Must be desperate times indeed in your glowing woods. Thalarin swallowed his pride. Our need is dire. My people are becoming trees living wood that cannot move or speak, yet their eyes remain aware. At this, Catra's hands stilled. She looked up, and Thalarin was struck by eyes the color of raw amber, warm, yet unyielding. Show me, she commanded. Thalarin unwrapped a small bundle from his pack, revealing a branch that had once been a child's hand. Catra took it without hesitation, turning it under the light of a crystal lamp, scraping a small sample with a silver knife, and placing it in a glass dish. This isn't natural transformation magic, she muttered, more to herself than to him. There's corruption here. Ancient and hungry, she looked up at him sharply. I'll help, but my price is access to your sacred groves. The healing herbs that grow there would advance my research by decades, Thalarin bristled. Those groves have never known non-elven footsteps, and your people have never turned to wood before, Catra countered. Times change, elf. Do we have an agreement? A fortnight later, an unlikely pair descended into the forgotten caverns beneath Everglow Forest. Thalarin's harp was strapped to his back, its strings humming with protective enchantments, while Catra's belt sagged with pouches of alchemical powders and potions. Their uneasy alliance had already yielded disturbing discoveries. The plague originated from the forest's roots, which were rotting from something far below. The world tree's roots reach everywhere, Thalarin explained as they navigated the winding tunnels. Our legends say it connects all living things. Your world tree and our stone heart might be more similar than either of our peoples care to admit, Catra replied, holding up a crystal lamp that cast long shadows. Dwarven lore speaks of the mountains as the bones of the world, with a molten heart at its core that gives life to stone and metal. The tunnel widened into a vast underground cavern where massive roots thick as ancient oaks twisted through the stone ceiling and walls. But instead of the healthy amber glow that should emanate from the world tree's essence, these roots pulsed with a sickly greenish black light. By the Forge Father, Catra whispered, her usually stern face slack with awe and horror. The roots they're infected. Thalarin ran his fingers along one of the corrupted roots, recoiling as images flooded his mind. Darkness, hunger, a malevolence so ancient it had no name. His bardic magic, sensitive to the songs of all living things, detected only discordant notes from the ailing roots. We need to find the source, he said, wiping his hand on his cloak. They followed the thickest root through chambers of crystal and stone, descending deeper than any elf had traveled in an age. The air grew heavy with magic, both the forest's fading song and something else, a metallic taste that made Catra's eyes narrow in recognition. God's metal, she whispered. It cannot be. The cavern they entered next stole the breath from their lungs. At its center stood the heart of the world tree, a massive, crystalline structure that should have shone with golden light. Instead, it pulsed with corruption, impaled by an ancient dwarven artifact, a spear forged of a dark metal that seemed to devour the light around it. The spear of Moradum, Catra gasped, her voice a mixture of reverence and horror. A relic from the god-forging wars. It was said to be lost eons ago. Your people made this? Thalarin's accusation hung in the air. It was forged in a different age, from the remains of a fallen god, Catra answered, her voice heavy with the weight of forbidden history. A weapon against the ancient darkness. It should have been destroyed after the wars, not. The corruption spread visibly from where the spear pierced the heart, tendrils of darkness crawling through the crystalline structure and up into the roots. Around the heart, smaller trees were growing, but these were twisted parodies of natural growth, their branches forming cage-like structures. With sudden clarity, Thalarin understood. The transformed elves, they're not dying. They're being harvested. The corruption is using their connection to the world tree to feed itself. Catra was already digging through her pouches, mixing powders with practiced hands. We need to perform a purification ritual. The spear cannot simply be removed, its essence has intertwined with the heart. We must transform the corruption. What do you need? Thalarin asked, setting aside centuries of mistrust in the face of their shared peril. Your purest elven song, channeled through that fancy harp, she said, measuring ingredients with trembling hands. And this pure essence of the stone heart, carried by every master alchemist, she held up a vial of molten metal that glowed with an inner fire. The ritual will try to consume us, she warned. The corruption will fight back. Thalarin nodded grimly. Then we give it something else to consume. They worked quickly, Catra inscribing alchemical circles on the cavern floor, while Thalarin tuned his harp to harmonize with the faint, true song, still pulsing deep within the corrupted heart. The runes began to glow, dwarven sigils of earth and stone intertwining with elven glyphs of growth and renewal. As Thalarin's fingers danced across the harp strings, he wove the oldest elven melodies, songs of starlight and first growth, of ancient forests and eternal cycles. Catra's voice joined in a deep, resonant chant in Khazalid, the secret language of dwarves, never before heard by elven ears. The molten stone heart essence hovered between them, suspended in the convergence of their magics. The corruption reacted violently. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, wrapping around Thalarin's wrists, trying to still his music. Others snaked toward Catra, attempting to disrupt her chanting. The spear pulsed with malevolent energy, as if aware of their intentions. Do not falter, Catra shouted as a tendril seared across her cheek, leaving a line of corrupted flesh that began to harden like wood. Thalarin played through the pain as his fingers began to stiffen, the transformation beginning in him as well. Their magic spiraled upward, elven light and dwarven fire intertwining in a double helix around the corrupted heart. In a moment of perfect clarity, Thalarin understood what had been hidden from both their peoples. We were one, he gasped. Elves and dwarves, a single race, split by ancient choice, the high ones who chose the stars and sun. Catra nodded, revelation dawning in her eyes. And the deep ones who chose the earth's embrace. This shared truth became the final catalyst. Their combined magic surged forward, enveloping the spear and the corrupted heart. For a moment, it seemed as if the darkness would prevail as it spread further up their limbs. Then, with a sound like a mountain sighing, the corruption began to recede. The spear's metal shifted, its malevolence transmuting into something new as their magic forced the ancient divine essence within it to remember its original purpose, not destruction, but protection. The heart of the world tree pulsed once, twice, then blazed with renewed golden light, sending a wave of healing energy racing up through the roots. In Sylvan art, wooden statues soften back to living flesh, elves collapsing to the ground as they were released from their wooden prisons. Thalarin's fingers, moments ago turning to bark, flexed with renewed life. Catra watched in wonder as the wooden scar on her cheek faded, leaving behind a mark like a golden rune. "It seems," she said with the ghost of a smile, "that our peoples have more to learn from each other than either would care to admit." Thalarin looked at the transformed spear, now a staff of living wood and flowing metal that bridged the heart to the cavern floor, and nodded. "Perhaps it's time for new songs and new stories. Above them, through miles of stone and root, the trees of Everglow Forest blazed with renewed light, brighter than they had shone in 1,000 years. Story 5. The flaming mountains loomed against the twilight sky like the backbone of some great, slumbering beast, their peaks perpetually crowned with swirling smoke and embers that glittered like fallen stars against the darkening heavens. Few dared venture into those treacherous heights, where the very rock bubbled with molten fury, and ancient magics twisted the paths between safety and doom. Yet it was here, on a narrow ledge overlooking a lake of liquid fire, that the last of the ancient dragons made his final decision. Kalthoros had lived for more than 3,000 years. His scales, once brilliant crimson, had faded to the deep burnished copper of sunset, and the great leather wings that had once cast shadows over entire villages now folded painfully against his massive sides. The dragon's breathing came labored, each exhalation releasing small wisps of flame that danced briefly before dissipating into the sulphurous air. His time was ending, but his purpose was not. Below, at the base of the mountains, a solitary figure made slow progress up the winding trail known as the Pilgrim's Ascent. Thorin Stonehammer moved with the steady determination characteristic of his people, though he carried none of the traditional ornaments of dwarven pride. His beard, barely reaching his chest, was simply braided with leather cords, rather than adorned with the gold and jeweled clasps that marked status among the 7 clans. His clothing was practical sturdy leather and wool, rather than the finely embroidered garments favored by master craftsmen. Yet something in his gait, in the set of his shoulders beneath his worn pack, spoke of uncommon purpose. The dragon watched his approach with ancient, knowing eyes. "Come then, Forge son," Kalthoros rumbled, his voice carrying on the hot winds, though Thorin was still an hour's climb away. Destiny awaits neither of us patiently. Thorin had never seen a living dragon before. The skeletons of lesser worms adorned the great halls of Moria, trophies from ancient battles when the dwarven kingdoms had driven dragonkind from the lower mountain realms. But those bleached bones gave no hint of the majesty of the creature that now regarded him with eyes like molten gold, each larger than Thorin's head. "You have journeyed far," Kalthoros observed, smoke curling from his nostrils. "Farther in spirit than in body, I think." Thorin set down his pack, willing his hands not to tremble. 3 months ago, I was a simple apprentice in my father's forge, he admitted. Now I stand before the last of the great dragons, and I still don't understand why. The dragon's chuckle sent pebbles skittering across the ledge. "And yet you came. I dreamed of this place," Thorin said simply. "Night after night. Your voice calling me to the mountains. Not my voice alone," Kalthoros corrected, shifting his massive body to reveal what lay behind him. A pedestal of black obsidian rose from the rocky ground, and upon it rested a single dragon scale larger than a warrior's shield, its surface shimmering with inner fire that pulsed like a heartbeat. "My heart scale," the dragon explained, "the source of a dragon's flame and magic. When we choose to surrender it willingly, it can be forged into a weapon or artifact of immense power." His golden eyes fixed on Thorin with sudden intensity. "I have chosen you to receive this gift, Thorin Stonehammer, last son of Durin's true line, Thorin stared in disbelief. Why me? I'm not even a master smith. And my lineage is known to me better than to you, the dragon interrupted. Blood remembers what minds forget, and histories obscure. You are the heir to the great forge of Khazad Marai, where the first dwarves learned to shape metal with magic as well as fire. The dragon's words struck Thorin like hammer blows. The forge of Khazad Marai was legendary, the birthplace of the most powerful artifacts in dwarven history. But it had been lost for centuries, its location and secrets forgotten even before the great exodus from the ancestral mountains. What would you have me forge? Thorin asked, his voice barely audible above the constant rumble of the mountains. Calthorus's eyes seemed to look beyond him, to some distant vision. That is for you to decide. But choose wisely, for a heart skill freely given can forge only one artifact, and once created, it cannot be unmade. The dragon's massive head lowered until his hot breath stirred Thorin's beard. Take it, my final gift to the world I leave behind. With trembling hands, Thorin approached the pedestal. The heat emanating from the scale was intense, yet it did not burn when his fingers closed around its edge. It felt simultaneously solid and liquid, as if the boundary between states of matter meant nothing to this ancient magic. As he lifted it, the scale pulsed once, brilliantly, and Calthoros released a long sigh that seemed to empty him of both breath and life. The great dragon's eyes dimmed, the molten gold cooling to tarnished brass, and then to dull stone. May your fire burn true, the dragon whispered as his body began to crystallize, scales transforming into faceted gemstones still arranged in the shape of the magnificent creature he had been. And then Thorin stood alone on the ledge, cradling the heart scale of the last dragon, while before him lay a perfect statue that captured Calthoros in his final moment, a monument that would stand against time itself. News of Thorin's gift spread through the mountain kingdoms with the speed of wildfire. By the time he descended from the flaming mountains, royal emissaries awaited him at every crossroads and village. Queen Eluriel of the Silver Forest demands an audience, announced an elven herald resplendent in gleaming mail that caught the moonlight. The heart scale of a great dragon is no trifling matter, to be left in the hands of a simple smith. The elven kingdoms to the west had suffered greatly in recent moons. Something dark and ancient had awakened in the depths of the world, sending foul creatures boiling up from cracks in the earth to assail the once peaceful forest realms. The queen's armies were pressed on all sides, fighting a retreating battle against enemies that seemed numberless. A weapon, her message read. Forge a weapon to turn the tide against the shadow spawn. The elven realms will reward you with riches beyond imagining. Thorin might have been tempted not by the promise of wealth, but by the genuine desperation behind the request. Yet that same night, as he slept beside his campfire, a vision came to him. A spirit like the embodiment of the forest itself stood before him, her form composed of dappled light filtering through leaves, her voice the whisper of wind through ancient branches. Not destruction, she murmured, reaching out with fingers like new spring shoots to touch the heart scale that never left Thorin's side. Creation. Healing. The shadow rises from wounds in the world itself, wounds that can never be healed by blade or arrow. Thorin woke with the words echoing in his mind, his decision made. He would forge not a weapon, but an artifact of healing. The path Thorin chose made him enemies on all sides. When word reached Queen Eluriel's court that the dwarf refused to forge a weapon of war, her royal assassins were dispatched to retrieve the heart scale by any means necessary. Meanwhile, in the mountain halls of his own people, Thorin found himself denounced as a traitor to dwarven tradition. A healing artifact? Scoffed Master Grimblade of the Smith's Guild. Leave such follies to elven enchanters and human hedge wizards. A dwarf's honor lies in steel and stone, in hammer and axe. Thorin's own clan disowned him, striking his name from the family records and forbidding him entry to their ancestral forges. Alone and hunted, he fled into the wild borderlands between realms, the heart scale his only companion. It was there, in a forgotten valley where the boundaries between worlds grew thin, that he encountered her. Lyraniel moved like the wind itself, silent and swift. Thorin barely sensed the whisper of her approach before an arrow was notched and aimed at his heart. The heart scale she demanded, her voice melodic despite its coldness. "Surrender it, and you may live," moonlight silvered her features, revealing the delicate points of her ears and the intricate tattoos that marked her as an elite royal ranger. Yet something in her eyes gave Thorin pause, not cruelty or hatred, but doubt. "You've seen them too, haven't you?" he asked quietly. "The shadow creatures. You've looked into their eyes." The bow in her hands trembled almost imperceptibly. "What of it? They're not invaders," Thorin said, voicing the suspicion that had formed during his weeks of solitary wandering. "They're transformations. Something is changing the land and its creatures." Lyraniel's expression flickered. That's heresy. The Queen says they come from the deep places, from beyond our borders, and if the Queen is wrong," Thorin challenged gently. "Or worse, if she knows the truth, but fears to speak it." The elven ranger slowly lowered her bow, conflict evident in every line of her body. "What truth?" "That the shadows spawn are elves and animals corrupted by a blight that spreads from the heart of the silver forest itself. A blight tied to ancient elven magic gone awry." Lyraniel's face paled to the color of the moon overhead. "How could you know that?" "Because I've been dreaming of it since I received the heart scale," Thorin admitted. "I see a ritual performed long ago, when the first elven kingdoms were young. A working of magic meant to protect the forest, but anchored to something that should have remained undisturbed, the heart crystal beneath the silver throne." Lyraniel whispered, naming a secret so closely guarded that most elves believed it merely legend. "But if what you say is true, then no weapon can save us." "No," Thorin agreed. "But perhaps a different kind of artifact can. One that cleanses corruption rather than simply destroying its victims." For a long moment, Lyraniel stood motionless, caught between duty and truth. Then, with sudden decision, she slung her bow across her back. "There is a place," she said, "deep in the forest, but far from elven eyes. A forge built by your ancestors and mine together in the days before our peoples turned away from each other. If any flame can help you shape the heart scale, it would be there." The ancient forge lay hidden within a grove of trees so massive that their upper branches disappeared into the clouds. Stone and living wood had grown together over centuries, creating a structure that seemed both natural and crafted, a perfect blending of dwarven and elven sensibilities. At its heart burned a flame unlike any Thorin had ever seen, silver blue and unwavering, neither consuming fuel nor requiring air. "The eternal flame," Lyraniel explained as they approached the central chamber. "Kindled from the first light of the world, or so our oldest songs claim." Thorin felt the heart scale pulse against his chest, responding to the ancient magic that permeated this forgotten place. Here, perhaps, he could finally fulfill the purpose for which Kelthoros had chosen him. For 7 days and 7 nights, Thorin worked at the mystical forge, his hands guided by instincts older than conscious thought. The heart scale resisted conventional shaping, flowing like quicksilver when he attempted to hammer it, hardening to adamantine strength when he tried to pour it into molds. Only when he began to sing the old forge songs, taught by master to apprentice since time immemorial, did the dragon's gift begin to respond. The material flowed and shaped itself in harmony with his voice, forming not a weapon, but a chalice of breathtaking beauty, its surface etched with runes of healing and renewal that seemed to write themselves beneath his fingers. On the seventh night, as the work neared completion, Liranil burst into the forge chamber, her face tight with alarm. "They've found us," she gasped. "Both sides' elven hunters and dwarven recovery teams. They've put aside their differences long enough to stop you." Thorin looked up from his work, his face streaked with soot and sweat. "Then we have little time. The chalice is nearly complete, but it requires one final component." His eyes met hers steadily. A sacrifice of something precious, freely given. Understanding dawned in Liranil's expression. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her dagger and cut a lock of her silver-white hair, laying it across Thorin's palm. "For the healing of all peoples," she said simply. As the sounds of approaching forces echoed through the ancient grove, Thorin cast the elven hair into the eternal flame. It flared with sudden brilliance, and the chalice on the anvil before him absorbed the light until it glowed from within. "It's done," he breathed, lifting the finished artifact. The chalice of renewal, the doors to the forge chamber burst open as warriors of both races flooded in, weapons raised. But they faltered at the sight before them, a dwarf and an elf standing side by side, while between them floated a chalice that radiated power so pure that even the most hardened fighters felt tears spring to their eyes. "Listen to me," Thorin called out, his voice ringing with newfound authority. "The shadow that threatens the elven realms is no invader, but a curse born of ancient magic. The creatures you fight are your own people, transformed by corruption that spreads from the heart crystal beneath the silver throne." Murmurs of disbelief and outrage rippled through the elven contingent, but Liranil stepped forward. "He speaks the truth," she declared. "I have seen the evidence with my own eyes. Our queen has known this secret and concealed it, preferring to sacrifice her people rather than admit to ancient elven error. And what would you have us do?" demanded the elven captain, though his weapon had lowered slightly. Thorin raised the chalice higher. "Take us to the heart crystal. This artifact can cleanse the corruption at its source, healing the land and all those transformed by its blight." For a breathless moment, the fate of two peoples hung in balance. Then, slowly, the elven captain knelt, followed by his warriors. The dwarven recovery team, seeing genuine reverence rather than surrender, lowered their axes in reluctant respect. To the silver forest, the captain said, "And may the ancient powers have mercy on us all if we are too late." The journey to the heart of the elven realm was swift, but fraught with danger. Shadow creatures assailed them repeatedly, their forms growing more grotesque and powerful the closer they came to the source of the corruption. When they finally stood before the silver throne, even the most skeptical could not deny the truth. The magnificent seat of elven royalty, carved from a single massive silver tree, had darkened to the color of tarnished metal. And beneath it, visible through the crystalline floor, pulsed a heart-shaped crystal that had once glowed with pure white light, but now throbbed with sickly purple-black energy. Queen Eloril awaited them, her once beautiful face now half transformed by the corruption she had tried so desperately to hide. Dark veins spread across her features, and one eye had clouded to solid black. "You should not have come," she hissed, her voice distorted. "Some prices must be paid for the greater good. No price demands the sacrifice of your people," Thorin replied, raising the chalice. "Let me heal what was broken." With a scream of rage that was not entirely her own, the queen lunged forward. But Liranil was faster, tackling her sovereign to the ground with a silent plea for forgiveness. "Now, Thorin," she cried. before it's too late. Thorin stepped forward and poured the contents of the chalice, not liquid, but pure, distilled light, directly onto the crystalline floor. It seeped through like water through sand, reaching the corrupted heart crystal below. For one terrible moment, nothing happened. Then the crystal began to pulse with increasing speed, the purple-black energy fighting against the purifying light. The entire throne room trembled, silver branches creaking and swaying as if caught in a storm. "Get back," Thorin shouted, pulling Lyrinil away from the queen as the floor beneath the throne began to crack. With a sound like 1,000 voices crying out in release, the heart crystal shattered not into fragments, but into pure energy that rushed upward in a column of renewed white light. It engulfed Queen Eluriel, lifting her unconscious form into the air, the corruption visibly receding from her flesh as the light washed over her. The column expanded outward in a wave that spread beyond the throne room, beyond the palace, racing through the silver forest, and beyond. Wherever it touched shadow creatures, they transformed back into their original forms: elves, animals, plants freed from the corruption that had twisted them. When the light finally faded, Queen Eluriel descended gently to the floor, her beauty restored but marked now with streaks of silver in her midnight hair, a permanent reminder of how close she had come to complete transformation. The heart crystal was gone, its ancient magic dispersed and cleansed, its purpose of protection fulfilled in a different way than its creators had intended. And at the center of it all stood Thorin, the chalice in his hands now transformed into a simple silver band that he wore around his wrist. The heart scale had given its power fully, as Calthoros had said it would, and could never be used to forge again. But in that moment of healing, as elves and dwarves looked upon each other with new understanding, Thorin knew he had chosen rightly. Not a weapon of war, but an artifact of renewal. Not destruction, but creation. For in the forge of destiny, it is not the metal alone that is shaped, but the fate of all who touch it. Story 6. The crystal tower of Luminaria pierced the sky like a shard of fallen star, its translucent walls refracting the morning light into 1,000 rainbow patterns across the elven capital. For a millennium, it had stood unbreached, unmanned, and silent, a beautiful monument to a forgotten age. The ancient text spoke of it as a prison, though none remembered what manner of prisoner could warrant such a magnificent cage. Until today, when the first crack appeared, Lyrian Moonshadow knelt beside a brook in the whispering forest, 15 leagues from the capital, when she felt it a tremor that passed not through earth, but through magic itself. Her fingers stilled on the bowstring she had been waxing, and her silver eyes widened as the ancestral bough beside her suddenly hummed with a resonance she had never felt before. Starfall, the bough had been called when it was gifted to her on her 20th naming day. An heirloom passed down through generations of her bloodline, said to have been crafted from the branch of the first tree to grow in Luminaria. Its wood gleamed with a silvery inner light, and elven runes of power spiraled along its length, spelling out a phrase that had become her family's motto: "Truth pierces deeper than arrows." Now, those runes glowed with sudden brilliance, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere whispered through the glade: "The seal weakens. The forgotten one stirs. The bloodline must answer." Lyrian's hand moved instinctively to touch the royal insignia embroidered on her hunting leathers, a crescent moon embracing a star, marking her as a distant cousin to the elven king. Her bloodline was royal, yes, but so far removed from the throne that she had been raised as a simple forester, trained in bow and blade rather than courtly intrigue. "What seal?" she whispered to the empty air. "What forgotten one?" But the voice had fallen silent, leaving only the gentle babble of the brook and the rustle of silver leaves above. Yet Starfall continued to thrum with magic, its wood warm beneath her fingers as if urging her to action. With a hunter's instinct for trouble, Lyrian gathered her few possessions and set off toward the capital. Whatever had disturbed the ancient magic of her bow, she would find answers in Luminaria, where the crystal tower had stood watch for 1,000 years. She did not know that she was already being hunted. In the shadowed council chamber of the royal palace, King Thalion Everstar's fist came down upon the table with enough force to make the crystal goblets jump. "The tower has been sealed for a millennium," he hissed, his ageless face tight with barely controlled fear. "It must remain so, at any cost." Before him stood Vari's Nightblade, commander of the king's Shadow Guard, elite warriors who handled the kingdom's most delicate problems away from public scrutiny. His black armor absorbed light rather than reflecting it, and the twin blades at his hips were rumored to have tasted the blood of every race that walked beneath the stars. "The crack is small, my king," Varys reported, his voice emotionless. "But it grows, and there have been whispers." "What whispers?" The king's eyes narrowed. "The prisoner claims to be the true heir to the throne of Luminaria." His voice carries to those who pass near the tower, spinning tales of ancient betrayal and stolen birthright. King Thalion turned away sharply, moving to the window that overlooked the crystal tower in the distance. Even from here, the faint line marring its perfect surface was visible, a hairline fracture in what had once been impenetrable magic-forged crystal. "Find the descendants of the original wardens," he commanded without turning. "All of them." The tower was sealed by their bloodline magic. Only they can reinforce the weakening spells. Most of those bloodlines died out centuries ago, my king, Varys reminded him. The House of Munchido is the last with any significant power, and they have been kept ignorant of their heritage by your grandfather's decree. "Then find the Munchido girl," the king snapped. "Bring her to the tower. But tell her nothing of her true purpose until the moment. The spell must be renewed." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And if she should hear the prisoner's lies and waver in her loyalty." The Liminator, the dwarven outpost of Ironhold, squatted at the crossroads between the elven territories and the human kingdoms beyond a sturdy collection of stone buildings and smoking forges where travelers of all races could find safe harbor and honest trade. It was here that Lyrian sought shelter as night fell, the strange urgency from her bow driving her to travel faster than wisdom might dictate. She chose a corner table in the busiest tavern, her hood pulled low over her distinctive silver eyes and pointed ears. Relations between elves and other races had grown strained in recent decades, with King Thalion's increasingly isolationist policies raising suspicions among their traditional allies. "Not many elves travel these roads alone these days," came a gruff voice as a tankard thumped down on the table before her. Lyrian looked up to meet the steady gaze of a dwarf whose copper-red beard was elaborately braided yet showed signs of recent scorch marks. A smith then, and recently come from his forge. "I find solitude preferable to poor company," she replied coolly, though she made no move to reject the offered drink. The dwarf chuckled, the sound rumbling up from his barrel chest. "Thorin Emberheart," he introduced himself with a shallow bow. "Exiled master smith of Moria, current purveyor of mediocre horseshoes to ungrateful travelers." Despite herself, Lyrian's lips quirked upward. "Lyrian Munchido, forester of the Whispering Woods, current traveler with uncertain destination." Thorin's eyes sharpened with interest. "Munchido?" "The same bloodline that forged the locks on the Crystal Tower a millennium ago." Lyrian's hand instinctively moved to Starfall, which lay wrapped in cloth beside her. "What do you know of the Crystal Tower?" "Only what any decent smith would," Thorin replied, lowering his voice as he seated himself uninvited across from her. That the magic-forged crystal used in its construction is unique in all the realms impervious to both physical force and magical assault. That the spellwork binding it was tied to the bloodlines of 7 elven houses, most of which have since faded into obscurity. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. And that whatever is imprisoned within was considered so dangerous that King Iranian was willing to sacrifice his own twin brother to ensure the tower would stand for eternity. Lyrian stared at him, speechless. Nothing in her family's lore had ever mentioned such a connection to the Crystal Tower, much less the imprisonment of royal blood. Yet something in Thorin's words resonated with the whisper she had heard in the forest. Before she could respond, the tavern door burst open with enough force to crack the sturdy oak. Framed in the doorway stood 3 figures in black armor that seemed to absorb the tavern's warm light. Shadow Guard, Thorin muttered, his hand moving to the hammer at his belt. Seems you're more interesting than you let on, Forrester. The lead guard's gaze swept the room, locking onto Lyrian with unnerving speed, despite her hood. Lyrian of House Moonshadow, he called, his voice carrying the unmistakable authority of royal command. By order of King Thalia Neverstar, you will accompany us to Luminaria immediately. Conversations died throughout the tavern as all eyes turned toward her corner. Lyrian's mind raced. She had committed no crime, had no quarrel with the king. Yet the appearance of the Shadow Guard, the king's secret enforcers, spoke of matters far beyond ordinary royal summons. And something in her blood, in the same instinct that made Starfall sing with power, warned her that returning to Luminaria under guard would lead to her becoming a tool rather than an actor in whatever drama was unfolding. I'm afraid the lady has prior commitments, Thorin announced, rising to his full height, which, while unimpressive by human standards, carried the unmistakable presence of dwarven stubbornness. A commission for my forge that cannot wait. The lead guard's hand moved to his sword. Stand aside, dwarf. This matter concerns elven bloodlines and elven magic. Funny thing about magic-forged crystal, Thorin replied conversationally, though his stance had shifted subtly to fighting readiness. It requires both elven spellcraft and dwarven smithing to create properly. A fact your king seems to have forgotten when he abrogated the ancient treaties between our peoples. The tension in the room built like the pressure before a lightning strike. Lyrian's fingers closed around Starfall beneath the table, feeling the bow's magic pulse in response to her rising fear and determination. In the moment before violence erupted, a new sound penetrated the tense silence, a clear, musical voice that seemed to come from both everywhere and nowhere, just as the whisper in the forest had. Daughter of the wardens, heir of those who bound me, I call to you from my crystal prison. The time of reckoning approaches. Bring the bow of truth to the tower and learn what history has hidden from you. Every head turned, searching for the source of the voice. The Shadow Guards' faces paled visibly, and their leader barked an order in ancient Elvish that Lyrian only partially understood, something about silence and prisoner. In the momentary confusion, Thorin moved with surprising speed for one of his stature. His hammer struck the central support beam of the tavern with precise force, sending the carefully arranged stack of barrels beside it tumbling toward the guards. Run, he shouted, grabbing Lyrian's arm. Side door through the kitchens. Without conscious thought, Lyrian snatched up Starfall and her pack, allowing the dwarf to pull her through the chaos of shouting patrons and cursing guards. They burst into the night air through the kitchen entrance, startling a pair of human cooks who were enjoying a quiet pipe after the evening rush. They'll have horses, Thorin panted as they sprinted toward the eastern edge of the outpost. But I know these hills better than any elf or human. There's an old dwarven mining tunnel a half-mile from here that will take us beneath the king's road. Why are you helping me? Lyrian demanded, matching his pace despite the difference in their strides. Thorin's grin flashed white in the darkness. Because I've spent 20 years in exile for asking too many questions about the Crystal Tower and its prisoner. And now, it seems, the answers are finally ready to be found behind them. Shouts and the clatter of armored boots announced that the Shadow Guards had extricated themselves from the tavern chaos. Lyrian notched an arrow to Starfall, the bow humming with eager energy beneath her fingers. No killing shots, Thorin warned. Not unless you want the full might of Luminaria hunting us to the ends of the earth. Lyrian nodded grimly, adjusting her aim before releasing. The arrow flew with unerring accuracy, its rune-marked shaft embedding itself in the wooden bridge spanning the small river that bordered the eastern edge of the outpost. The moment it struck, the runes flared with blinding light, and the bridge collapsed in a shower of splintered wood and spray. The Shadow Guards skidded to a halt at the riverbank, their curses fading into the night as Lyrian and Thorin disappeared into the dense forest beyond. They traveled through the night and most of the following day, using the ancient dwarven tunnels to bypass the main roads where the king's forces would surely be searching for them. When they finally emerged into daylight, they stood upon a ridge that offered a distant view of Luminaria gleaming like a jewel against the backdrop of the Silverleaf Mountains. And rising from its center, the Crystal Tower caught the afternoon sun, its translucent walls now marred by a network of cracks that spread like a web across its surface. It's worse than I feared, Thorin muttered. The seal is failing rapidly. Lyrian studied the distant tower with new eyes, seeing not just an ancient monument, but a prison forged partially by her own ancestors. The voice that spoke in the tavern was that truly the prisoner? Aye, Thorin nodded. And if I've pieced together the fragments of true history correctly over my years of research, that prisoner is Ilinder Everstar, twin brother to King Iranian, and by some accounts, the rightful heir to the throne of Luminaria. That's impossible. Lyrian breathed. Ilinder died in the Shadowing War 1,000 years ago. Every child knows the tale. Every child knows the tale the victors wish to be told, Thorin corrected. But artifacts don't lie, and I've studied relics from that era that tell a different story. Of twin princes divided by visions of Luminaria's future Iranian who sought isolation and protection for the Elven realms, and Ilinder who believed in alliance with the other races against the coming darkness. Understanding dawned in Lyrian's eyes. And Iranian won, more than one, Thorin said grimly. He rewrote history itself, imprisoning his brother in a cage of magic-forged crystal that would preserve him for eternity, neither living nor dead. The Crystal Tower was both prison and monument to Iranian's victory, bound by the magic of the 7 noble houses who supported his claim to the throne, including my ancestors, Lyrian whispered, her hand moving to Starfall, which had not ceased its faint magical hum since the day the first crack appeared in the tower. Including your ancestors, Thorin confirmed. But magic tied to bloodlines weakens across generations, especially when those bloodlines are deliberately diluted as yours was, when your branch of the family was removed from court and established as foresters in the distant woods. Lyrian's mind reeled with implications. Everything she had known of her heritage, of her kingdom's history, suddenly revealed itself as carefully constructed lies. Yet something deeper than conscious thought, something in her very blood, recognized the truth in Thorin's words. The king will be reinforcing the tower's seal, Thorin continued. That's why his Shadow Guard sought you not to honor you, but to use your blood for the renewal ritual. His eyes darkened. A ritual that would likely leave you drained of both magic and life. Then what choice do I have? Lyrian asked, her voice steadying with decision. I can neither return to a life built on lies, nor allow myself to be sacrificed for their continuation. Thorin's broad face split in a fierce grin. There is a third path, one that requires courage, truth, and perhaps a touch of dwarven stubbornness. He gestured toward the distant tower. We free the prisoner. We learn the truth. And then we decide which vision of Luminaria's future deserves to prevail: isolation or alliance, deception or truth. Starfall pulsed warmly in Lyrian's grip, as if approving the dwarf's words. The bow that had been passed down through generations of her family, inscribed with the motto she had never fully understood until this moment: truth pierces deeper than arrows, to the crystal tower. Then, she said, slipping the bow into its harness across her back. To truth, whatever it may reveal. And as they began their journey toward Luminaria, toward destiny and danger entwined, the voice of the prisoner whispered once more in Lyrian's mind: the time of reckoning approaches. 1,000 years of lies shall shatter with the crystal walls that bind me, and Luminaria shall either embrace a new dawn or fall into eternal twilight.